And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream for this evening live. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so hello there, Michael. Good to see you. And everybody else seeing the replay or watching this live, whatever, I appreciate everybody very much. And I'm going to go over to the next window so you all can see me. I'm going to open this right here. And Michael said, okay, take care of them. I can listen to the lawyer you know in the meantime. Oh no, I have finished everything. Yeah. I had finished everything earlier, but I'm finished now. And but we're ready to start at this moment. Okay, so let's go here. All right. Now, earlier, not right now, but earlier, there was some stuff that I had to do some things outside and some stuff with the and pets and things like that. But now I'm available to be here. Now, earlier I was doing some stuff in the garden and maintenance on some different types of plants that I have that were very big and they're about they have their life course was complete. So I went to trim them down and looking around the yard, looking at how everything is doing and doing some things with the pets. Yeah, so earlier we had so interesting stuff in the trials today, and the one that I was observing the most was the one that I was doing the most was this thing with there was the main one that I was looking at, and I like the chat was talking about different types of food and seasoning, and also Michael, you and the others were talking about some different dishes, and I threw in some stuff that I like. So, yeah, that was I always like that because different ideas and minds coming together for the different food and stuff. So, yeah, it certainly makes a great teamwork. A great teamwork. And give a brief overview about trials. So let me get this name right here. All right, Michael says, yeah, I pulled my dead lettuce to my dead tomatoes and lettuce and spinach and had it bottled, already planted more and have a cantaloupe and spinach coming up. Oh, nice. Yes. And I it's always good to do stuff like that because I think it's important to understand these life cycles that these plants go through because it is just part of the process. So it's good you got that done. I have not grown anything this year where like food wise this time, but I just had a lot of ornamental plants that I had. But getting ready for the fall. I'm likely going to do some fall plants. I've been very focused with YouTube this year. Very focused on it more than anything else. But yeah, the ornamental plants that I have, the giant ragweeds, that was one of them I was taking down. They have served their life All right, thank you. Okay, okay. I am here now. Hello, Anna. It is great to see you. It's always lovely to have you in chat. And earlier we were talking to the rest of the gang about the trial, and Anna made some good points about the attorney doing good at making the police sheriff look very silly, and they didn't really know what kind of about their investigation. Their investigation they're carrying out, the investigator didn't even know what he was really talking about. So that makes their case of the prosecution look weak. Yeah, I do agree, Anna. That was a very well done of the defense, and they were very calm and easygoing. And yeah, they're certainly doing good with that case. It was interesting to hear about the guy had a gold and silver shop, and the chat was disputing about the different things about the case. So was he selling drugs or not? So this case is pretty good. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. Sometimes they're just very disturbing. Sometimes they're not. It's one way or another. But this is a good in the middle. You can kind of see. You could go either way. And just an overview about the trial today: Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spencer. As of September 25, November. Jeffrey Spencer is on trial for capital murder in Mississippi for the 22 killing of his daughter's boyfriend, Kirby Carpenter, his wife's daughter, who were also charged to have pleaded guilty to lesser charges and are expected to testify against him. Victim, Carpenter, a 36-year-old businessman and precious metals dealer who shared a child with Jeffrey Spencer. Oh, that's good. You're able to sit at the computer now. That's good. Date and location of crime. The Carpenter was shot with a pew-pew in the carpet of his Tippah County home on November 30, 22. He was then dragged, and his body was covered with a tarp. 2 days later, December 22, 22, Caitlin Spence called 911 to report that she had found Carpenter's body behind the garage. According to prosecutors, greed was a motive for the crime, and Carpenter was known to carry large amounts of cash and valuables and large sums of money, and he was known to have with him was missing. Anna says absolutely, jury at this point is smart enough to see it can get more. It can get more than reasonable doubt. Yes, absolutely. Arrest. The three Spences, Jeffrey, Karen, and Cataline were arrested. Caitlin were arrested in Virginia and Pennsylvania on November 30, 23, and extradited to Mississippi. Prior to the conviction, prosecutors had brought up Jeffrey Spence's 99 felony theft conviction in Pennsylvania, suggesting a pattern of theft for financial gain. There's something, I don't know, that was an agreement beforehand where they could have agreed to not include things like that before they did the trial. I don't know if that was an option, because they can do that. They did that with Darrell Brooks' defense did that, but Darrell Brooks completely unraveled everything, and he destroyed his own case. Like, if somebody stole something from a cookie jar, they don't have to mention in a separate trial they ate from a cookie jar. But then bringing that up is interesting from the prosecution's end, because that's what they're going to do. All right, Anna says, I like when it's not a "oh, and he did it" case. Gotta focus and use our heads, and hopefully I'll stay out of fights. Right, and I always appreciate your insight and your opinions on things, but I understand where you're coming from. And today went very well. And it reminds me of a good mystery case. I remember when I was in summer camp, they used to have these games where they dim the lights and somebody would do something, you have to figure out who did what. And I love that game. And this is like that type of situation. It's not like clear as day, like with Monica Cementelli or someone else. and it's not some like child being deleted. This is, I think, a pretty good case to think about, and chat had any collected conversations about various things that were pretty cool to learn. I mean, as I was saying earlier, I never heard of some of these peppers Michael and DSauce were talking about, and it's good to learn, because I will add that to the list of things to know about. And yeah, so I definitely think it is a good case where we use our heads and not just the uh, obvious here or there, and it's not necessarily controversial where certain, I don't know, topics will be brought up that might cause another type of conflict. Because some trials, like there was a trial where it had to do with the border a border, someone was using their firearm on the border to take out somebody, and there's this big, huge fight over gun rights, relevant to the case. So, yeah, I do think that in time, chat will evolve to, not that they're not evolved, but use another word, will adapt, I would say, to the, maybe with those other kind of trials will always be heated, but maybe we could all do different with that completely. This was like back in like last year, something like that. So I could see where some trials would be controversial, and they'll be controversial no matter what. But this is a good trial where it's not really like that, and you could just kind of get to the point about what it's about. Yeah. And it says, if his wife is throwing him under the bus, and Caitlin gonna watch them closely to see if I think whether or not they're telling the truth. Yes, I'll watch out for that too. Thank you, Anna. And yeah, because his wife's throwing under the bus, and Caitlin gonna watch them closely to see if I think whether or not they're telling the truth. Yeah. Now, Anna, is there ways that you would kind of see this if they're lying or not? And because sometimes the ways people could be on the stand is if they see basically with people could act nervous or people could act calm, and those are other indications about that. Right, and Anna said, no worries, I told you I have to learn how to allow people's ideas, I have to allow other people to have ideas without going after them. And understood. And I think that, and what I was referring to is nothing to do with you, but a trial that I don't even know if you were at from last year. And things that I'm seeing on like Law and Crime, sometimes there'll be trials about religion or about politics, and people would get out of hand. I was not referring to you specifically, but the idea is that people will get upset and get triggered. And as I said, I had no problem with you ever, and I want you to be able to express yourself and say your opinions. And whatever you feel is best, how you do convey that is up to you. And thank you for your thoughts on that. And Anna says, love this trial. It's a doozy, just what we needed. Yes, exactly. And the current proceedings. The murder trial for Jeffrey Spence began on September 23, 25 in Pontotoc County following a change of venue. Jeffrey Spence is charged with the capital murder, 2 counts of larceny and conspiracy. Opening statements were made on September 24 with the prosecution detailing the alleged plot to murder and rob Carpenter. Courtroom testimony had began with investigators from Tippah County. Well, thank you, Shecky. Good to see you, buddy. Oh, hello, Abby. Welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Anna says, love this trial. It's a doozy. Just what we need. Yes, absolutely. Opening statements. We made on September 24 with the prosecution detailing the alleged plot to murder and rob Carpenter. Courtroom testimony has begun with investigators from the Tippah County Sheriff's Office detailing the crime scene and evidence. Jeffrey Spence is being held without bail. And it said, yes, listen, watch female interrogations a lot, learn a lot. Plus, I'm a female and I'm older and wiser. I know what females in distress look and sound like. Understood, Anna. Scared. Great Balls of Fire. It's been a very long time, buddy. I am glad to see you. I hope that you've been doing well. And I have been doing a lot with these trial coverage and also other things that have been going on, especially like with Charlie, stuff like that, that have been happening recently. So I've been quite busy. And yeah, it's good to see you. Great Balls of Fire. Oh, you finally got a call from him. Okay, thank you for the update, Abby. Yes, and let's see here. Let's see. Now focus on our heads. Reasonable doubt. Let's look at the reasonable doubt part. Oh yeah, I always appreciate Anna's insight. I certainly appreciate it a lot, and everybody else too. All right, in the trial of Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence, the reasonable doubt is essential legal standard that determines if the prosecution can prove the defendant's. You should be scared, y'all, because I'm here. Yeah, and yeah, but I personally am. I am not scared though, but I am always scared. Scared. Yeah, we gotta watch out. Scared. But yeah. Oh, and Abby. Okay, thank you for letting us know what's going on, and I believe everything will be okay. But be careful. And I think it was good to stand for yourself, in my opinion. And yeah, Anna. So I think that your insight, like when I've seen things you have to say, I think is very, very good. Very interesting. And it is good to see what other people have to say. And all of you in chat, as a collective, I think all have very good points. And it's, also special with this case and other things. So I think everybody should be able to express themselves and say what they like here on, like both sides. Everybody can have a chance to say what they think. But as I said, how people want to conduct themselves, they could be left up to them how they do it. All right. In trial and Spence, reasonable doubt is the central legal standard that determines if the prosecution can prove the defendant's guilt or capable murder beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense will focus on creating reasonable doubt for doubt jury. Burden of proof: the prosecution bears the sole responsibility of providing Jeffrey Spence's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Rahab says, I'm literally scared, screwed. My mom is such a C, and she's giving my dog away. I remember you were saying before about how your mom is being, and I hope that doesn't happen. And I understand you're frightened, and we have to understand there's a lot of Timu people in the world. And I do think it'll all blow over. Zero said, okay, that's it. Someone pissed off alien spaceship. Who the fucking did? It looks around with narrow eyes, angry. Well, hello, Zero. If what happened was there was some... everybody in the chat is okay. they're not bothering me. There's a bunch of boxes that fell over. Good evening to you. And there's a bunch of boxes that fell over, and I realized that one of the crawling aliens, which was probably one of the alien cats, was knocking stuff over because the alien butler, one of the alien butlers forgot to lock one of the doors. So that's who I'm triggered at the moment, but the chat is fine. And it said, I know, right? I'm quite fascinating. Well, yeah, and it certainly is, and I mean that, of course, and that everything that you and the chat in general are all fascinating. It's really cool because we all have our uniqueness about us and our unique perspectives. But yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with that. That's dog that likes females and hates men. Understood. This chat, the alien spaceship show. Yes, yes. Yes, and Anna, they're all going to have assault rifles, and I'm self-deletion to get a handgun, and shield against a rifle. There's a lot of times people say things for bluff, that they're not really being serious about it. They're just trying to use things as scare tactics, sometimes, also. The highest standard. This is the most stringest standard proof in the U.S. legal system. It is doubt based on reason, common sense, and not mere speculation. Elements of the crime. The prosecution must prove every element of the capital murder beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense can raise reasonable doubt, even a single element, the jury must acquit. Zero said, "Alright, I'm going to shape this spaceship exhaust if you don't mind, alien. You can move at least warp 10 for a bit." Yes, I will. I will. And a spaceship arm computer correct my words. and and Anna says, "Alien, I'm kidding." Oh. All right. And I think oh, by the way, it is raining at the moment, so I'm glad I got the things that I had to get done earlier. So I appreciate that practical joke. I like that. And scared. Yeah, I really like the humor. I like it. And the elements of the crime, a prosecution must. Anna said, "Scroll up and I'll make more sense." Scared. Right. Elements of the crime. Prosecution. Oh, hello, Roxy. Great to see you. Oh, Moki. Great to see you as well. Welcome to the stream. Elements of the crime. Prosecution must prove every element of capital murder beyond reasonable doubt. If the defense can raise reasonable doubt about even a single element, the jury must acquit. Presumption of innocence. The lawyer presumes Spence is innocent until the prosecution proves otherwise. The defense is not required to prove his innocence. The jury convention, if after considering the evidence the jury is firmly convicted of Spence, must find him guilty. A single juror, reasonable doubt, can prove the conviction. Oh, you're not going to have the pool day. Oh. Zero pauses a minute. As I check the exhaust, I'll require warp 12. It might ask for 15. Just hold on and give me warp 12 for now. Oh, understood. Understood. Man, remember when we were talking about Amber the other day? I really wish my Kochi had teeth. Scared. All right, Michael says summer is closed. Summer is over. Pool is closed. Facts. Strategies to create the reasonable doubt in Spence trial. The defense for Jeffrey Spence will likely employ strategies to create uncertainty and chip away the prosecution's case, given that the case relies heavily on the testimony Spence's family members. The defense may use the following approaches. Highly highlighting inconsistencies. The defense may look for contradictions between the testimony of Karen and Caitlin Spence and the physical evidence presented by the prosecution. Questioning witness credibility. The defense can attack the credibility of Karen and Caitlin Spence, who took the plea deals to avoid more severe charges. The defense could argue that their testimony is self-serving and motivated by their own self-interests rather than truth accountability of the events. I don't think it's a tropical storm. I don't think so. I'm gonna. I think it's just a rainstorm from up north, but I'm gonna go look up to make sure. Challenging circumstances. Evidence while the prosecution. It's not tropical storm as far as I know. Challenging circumstantial evidence while the prosecution cases relies on evidence like the motive of greed and missing possessions. The defense may argue that these circumstances do definitely prove Spence's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Circumstantial evidence, according to law, must exclude every reasonable doubt theory of innocence. Hilarious. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. It was certainly very intriguing today with the food, the different conversations. That was very fun. Yeah. Zero says, "Hears rattling sounds. That's what I was looking for. Begins to look at the source of the sound. Gives me a moment. Smiles, and I vanish, looking through the ship, holding warp 12. I can find it, alien. I have 3 balls. I yell from the corridor of the spaceship." Hilarious. Pointing to a lack of evidence. The defense may argue that despite the investigation, there are still missing pieces of evidence, such as the murder weapon, or a large some weapon, missing money, reasonable doubt, and Spence trial. The rattling sound suddenly stops. Found it. A pipe was loose. An elbow was knocking against the ship's hull. Oh well, thank you, Zero, for figuring that out. Yes. And it said, "Yeah, the chat was very fun today. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, definitely." All right, yeah, we simply just have some thunderstorms right now, not from a tropical source. Yeah. Now, with the National Hurricane Center, let's see some tropical weather updates. Let's go here. Okay, and Zero says, one of your guys, Alien, told me there was a strange sound when you went to Warp 10, so I, as the guy does maintenance, found the problem. Smiles kindly. Oh, thank you, Zero. Thank you, Zero. We have to make sure this thing runs smoothly as possible. Thank you. Bring that thunder, Alien. Yes. Directly from the sages of Timu, we will bring the thunders down. Yes. All right. He's turning into Ruby Rotten. Scared. Okay, so here is full tropical weather update right now. The Gulf Course Coast Storm Team is tracking movement of Tropical Storm Humberto, the newest named system of 2025 hurricane season. And one thing I want to say is I want to thank you all for being here and hanging out with me. And I appreciate you all very much as we continue these discussions tonight. Thank you. Humberto formed on Wednesday evening in the open Atlantic Ocean, approximately 550 miles east-northeast of northern Leeward Islands. Oh yeah, Moki. Yeah. All right. So earlier today, there was, and I want to shout out to the Aliens, Angels, and the rest of the spaceship crew. And as always, we have people curious about my channel, and there was a very kind, sophisticated individual of high standard that I've never seen before that said, "Alien, I checked out your channel, but it is just a tad bit too vulgar." And I was just like, I was joked out. It's like I'm thinking to myself. I posted a video about a space seahorse, and yeah, that was a really vulgar video. And my shorts about cats in the garden were also vulgar. And if they're referring to Johnny Depp roasting the Flabby Fish Market, it had to be done. But yeah, it's like this chat and this group of people are hilarious and great. It's always a party in here. It's like a crazy music video. That's what this chat is always like. So if people, it's not for the faint of heart, and people can't handle it. Who said I beat that EOS? Well, I will tell you, it was a long name with an emoji on the end. I don't even really know who they were. I don't really remember. I know. It's like, and y'all are great, talking about what you're talking about. It's great. Chat's fun. And we talk about Johnny Depp. We talk about all kinds of feisty things. I have no problem with it. It's great. Oh, Zero said, I'd ask if it was there, then tell them that Alien Spaceship can handle his own damn channel, and if you have a problem with it, it's your problem. Facts. And Zero said, okay, I'll ask you to go warp 15 just to test the engines. Okay, understood. Gets exhaust ready to you, and you are Alien Spaceship nods awaiting. Yes, I am doing it right now. Initiating. And Zero, I don't think this guy meant any harm. It was just for them. And well, Aaron does talk about poop a lot. Oh yeah. We have some dookie lurking around in the stowaways on the board. Yes, but that's just, I'm into all kinds of crazy things. I do not care what others think, but it is important to, as I said, I would not want this chat any other way. I want it just as it is. Like, y'all are awesome. A great team. That's why I always say, that even when there's disagreements and things like that, I always like the team to stick together and hang out with each other. Because, as I said, like Aaron said, we could solve so many crimes and do so many things together. We make a great network of people. So that just, the criticism and the hate, I just put up a wall and they're just wallpaper. I don't even pay attention. And Lori said, we are never effing vulgar on this damn channel. Facts. And Ab says, they talking about me probably thinking there's that little psycho bitch again. Go touch the freshly channel crash. Yeah, they could get their small deek energy, their faint hearts, and go to a Weenie Hut Junior's stream. Oh, that was fantastic. Zero said, pauses a moment, looking at the exhaust with my hands on my chin. I'll let you know when to back off, aliens. Keep it, Warp 15 going for it now. Watches the exhaust. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. All right. Shh. Okay. Have it on. She always gets me. She knows how to push the buttons right. And y'all, aliens, angels, and the chat in general knows that too. And oh yeah. Oh, Lord. And Anna says, oh, please. I've seen much worse. Oh yeah, chat. We need to get the chat rated X. We're going to be on watch, and it's like although as I've told you all, there's some things I have to take care of with that. The YouTube monetized me, and it's like they wouldn't have monetized me if there was something really off about the channel, but people can be like how they want on YouTube. It's like people can have fun and curse and talk about crazy things. It's okay. I did not even do anything outside the bounds of the YouTube guidelines. So if people just want to be at Weenie Hut Juniors, they can be at Weenie Hut Juniors. That's fine. And this chat is a great community of people that talk and convey their opinions about stuff. And I like, it's a good community, in my opinion. Robert popped in under a different name, said I blame Oprah, and was out again. Scared. Moki, I saw that person at another stream somewhere when this Super Bowl was going on. So yeah, I've seen that person around before. And Zero says, the ink and the pen is white, I say from exhaust as I keep watching it. Oh, thank you for the update. Ab says, and Johnny called Amber a flabby fish market and called Elon's dick crooked. So I'm not too bad. I'm just bad enough to make the cut. Space seahorses and sweet cats are vulgar. Oh, was it my videos on Epstein and my videos on the hurricanes and covering news? Was it that? It's like, come on. It's like, I'm like the most like PG dude on this platform with my baby face I have, and I have my alien angel guardians to watch over me while I look at things on the internet. So I'd say it's a very parentally guarded stream. The King of the Beavers. Well, that's a whole other song. Oh, God. The King of the Beavers. All right, so the dude, my alien bro, the alien bro was like, this song that this guy, Mr. Weebles, would do this song called The King of the Beavers, and it was about going after Simon Cowell, and the beavers will come for him. No, that may have been owls, actually, not the beavers. Oh, yeah, the beavers has something to do with it. Because something about the beavers are lurking around, but it's like these owls will attack Simon Cowell, and then the beavers might be lurking. So, yeah, that certainly has to do with it. Scared. Moki says, I like it when we get a troll the chat just adopts. Yes, yes, I love that. Yeah. All right. Back off 15, alien. I just had to see what happens when you're zipping around cutting donuts. There you go, buddy. There you go. You can create crazy cat room with toys and ledges. There are plenty of rooms on 83 for anything you require. Just ensure you ask for a door when you want to make a room. Yes. Depp buys seafood at Mr. Floppy's Fish Market. What's wrong with that? I know, what's wrong with that? He wants to buy from Flappy Fish Market, and there's a big picture of Flapjack, and there's SpongeBob pictures in there because it has to do with Under the Sea theme. I know, what is wrong with that? Why are people so sensitive? It's like, you know what I think? The person saw their own baby pictures and were so disturbed, and when they saw the talking about the stench of rotting fish, it just gave them flashbacks. But it's really people that have their own internal struggles. Because I have chat with me to do the rebuttal. No one's going to put us into a muzzle. They are just exploding. They're confetti. Let's celebrate Insider Space Shuttle. You see? I turned the hater into a bunch of soap bars for the spaceship to use. We have millions and millions and millions of soap bars that Zero will distribute out. We're out in space. That's even more far out. Yeah, because it's like, I'm on a roll here, dude. It's like, alien spaceship, your channel's too vulgar. I don't have to curse to sell records, but I do. So, it is what it is. And that is why we are floating past all the Flabby Fish markets are all owned by me. And that's why we got all of my people that I knew on YouTube, the ones that I know, are mods. Nobody's getting timed out. They just chat freely. Just like in Nordland. The Vikings of Nordland, they let everything flow freely on the dragon ship. And it swings around the storm. That's what we're doing. Just let it flow freely. And Anna said, could have went to Jaipal trial channel and a guy would time him out like me. Scared. That is a crime against humanity to time Anna out. Wow. And Ab says, Depp can have this market any day. It ain't fish, but slap some tuna on that roast beef and you got a favorite sea. Good. I gotta go. Too much is not enough. Just right. More than what's needed is just right. And then Anna said he could check out her tuna anytime. Yeah, shout out to my boy Depp. Shout out to Johnny Depp trial. That was so cool. And I appreciate everything he said. And I don't care if people don't like what he has to say. He's welcome to say what he wants in the depositions and a different things. So that was quite hilarious. So, yeah. We are like a pirate crew on the cyber seas. And we will not be bothered by people that think we're too vulgar. Just, we are alien sailors. We're very moderate, compared to other people. But what we aren't. They can't ignore us. Remember. Oh wait, I know it was Amber's errant hair. Yes, sorry, it was the hair. That was the reason they thought it was vulgar, because of the turd's hair, that big turd on her head. Scared. Moki says, did y'all see the pregnant woman taking Tylenol to protest Trump and are ending up in the hospital? People are so dumb. Oh, I think that is not a way to protest Trump if you want to protest Trump. That people should not just be causing themselves hurt and pain. Yeah, Moki, we're really in crazy times, and I didn't see that, but I'm not surprised. That's really ridiculous. Wow. Thank you. Yes, we shall sing the song. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. And Milky says that causes liver failure if they take too much. What the F? Yeah, exactly. All right, Chat's saying, why injure your liver and potentially your child to prove a point? The king and his men stole the queen from her bed, bound her in her bones. The cyber seas be ours, and fight the powers. Where we will, we'll row, hoist the colors high. Yes. Of the cyber spaceship in the void of space. Absolutely. All right. And as of 5 p.m. Wednesday, the storm is proceeding maximum sustained winds. Maximum sustained winds. Yeah, facts. Yes. As 5 p.m. Wednesday, the storm is producing maximum sustained winds of 40 miles per hour with a forward motion toward the northwest in 15 miles per hour. I'll show you all this on the screen because y'all can't see this. Okay. Going to switch it over here. Is that it? Is it? I'm not too sure. I guess it's this one. I didn't think so. Is this one? Yeah, there we go. All right, so chat. That's the thing right there. Tropical storm thing. Okay. Yo ho, all together, hoist the colors high. Thieves and beggars, we will never die. Zero says, YouTube censored this comment the first time. Say it, alien. Let's burn muzzles like women burnt bras back in the day. Yes. Facts. Yes. Complete arson. Facts. For this is all for entertainment purposes only. Yes. Facts, Zero. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And yo ho, all together, hoist the colors high. Thieves and beggars, never shall we die. And we will continue to conquer the cyber seas. Facts. Yes, hoist the fucking colors, damn it, high. And yo ho, all hands, hoist the colors high. And the thunder was perfect. Yes, thank you. And O0, that ain't shit. And Anna says, so when I was a young virgin, I was called a filet mignon, as the others are hamburgers. Yes. Okay. And Jive Justice. I wish we had some virtual platform where we could all go and create the spaceship that exists, doesn't it? Yes. We'll do that one day, Boki. Very good idea. Yes, it does exist. Wish is my command. And going to give you all some more about these tropical storm updates. And we are going to continue that. And then we will go to the other things too. All right. As of 5 p.m. Wednesday, No, I've not used VR chat. I've not used VR chat. Interesting. Yeah, YouTube gets scared. Through Humberto is expected to remain at tropical storm strength through Friday. The current forecast calls for the strength into the Category 2 hurricane by this weekend. Herbert moves westward. The Bahamas coming to days remains some uncertainty where it will track from there. That is thanks to part of the tropical waves double invest 94L. This current is near Puerto Rico. And I will say it was perfect to sing the pirate song while it's storming. And I'm not even completely done yet. Scared. Scared. Moki, that sounds like a great idea. We'll certainly do that. I'm serious. And we'll have a lot of people, and eventually, maybe it'll be the next big thing. I like it. This wave is moving to the west-north, and as of 8 p.m. on Wednesday, it has 40% chance of developing into at least tropical depression in the next 2 days, and 80% chance in the next 7. Since the forecast modeling shows that both Invest 94L and Tropical Storm Humberto will move in a similar direction through the end of the week, it's not yet clear this time how influence ultimately tracks. So it could go towards us, or it could go more inland or out to sea. While Humberto and Invest, the developed Hurricane Gabriel continues pulling farther away from the United States. As of 5 p.m. Wednesday, the storm in general maximum sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, with the center located at 915 miles per hour. Alrighty. Alright, let's do this. Pity Diddy. Yes. Alright. Let's go here. Alright, and let's go this way. All right, the complete lyrics of the pirate song I'm going to recite. All right, the entire, because the movie shows parts of it, but we'll show the complete part. All right. The king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will roam. Yo ho, all hands, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Now some have died, some are alive, and others sail on the sea. With keys, the cage, the devil to pay, we lay in fiddlers green. Yo ho, haul together, Hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. The bell has been raised from its watery grave, hear its specular tone, a call to all, pay heed the squall, and turn your sails to home. Yo ho, haul together, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Yo ho, all together, hoist the colors high. Thanks. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. And then the final part of it. The king and his men stole a queen from her bed, bound her in her bones. The seas be ours, and by the powers where we will we'll roam. All right, that's the whole thing. Zero said, "Why is all the rum gone?" Oh, Lori drank it. Makes I'd have to call Geek Squad and say I need help getting on the spaceship. Scared? All right. A shout out to Zero, a very cool dude. Shout out to him. Cool people. All right. The hurricane forecasters watch for a rare chaotic Fujiwara effect. Let's see. All right. The dance between developing storms in the Atlantic could soon evolve into the meteorology most unusual and rare events, the Fujiwara hurricane. Because it's two hurricanes that are coming together. Oh, the rum. Yes. I know that I drank quite a bit of the rum. As the morning of September 24, two tropical systems continue to meander in the southwest Atlantic Ocean. Neither is it named storm yet. Their doubt invests 93L and 94L by the National Hurricane Center. Both are largely likely to become tropical cyclones, and many weather models show the potential for a impact mainly from L1, and the Fujiwara effect is uncommon in the Atlantic, but it can occasionally happen. Hurricane specialist says. All right. Let's see what this name is right here. All right, let's see. Going to give an explanation about what this is. All right. Let's go here. The Fujiwara effect is a meteorological phenomenon where two nearby cyclone storms begin to rotate around a common center. That's it. Snaps my fingers until quadrillion gallons of rum appears. If your spaceship goes dry, alien, in a week, I'm not resupplying you until next month. Okay, Zero. Thank you, buddy, for that. Thanks. Understood, Moki. Okay. Anyone watch Black Sails on Showtime a few years back? Awesome. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a really good one. Yes. Thank you for telling chat about it. Where cyclone storms begin to rotate around a common center named for named after Japanese meteorologist Shakeli no Sha no Sakuhei Fujiwara, who first described the process in 1921. It is more commonly observed with tropical cyclones, but also occur with extratropical cyclones and tornadoes. That's it. Hits all buttons. Abby, Lori, alien spaceship. There you go. Fact zero. The dance between two storms can be unpredictable, making the forecasting their paths more difficult. The outcome depends on the storm's relative sizes, strengths, and distance from each other. Abby said, stocks up some toilet bowl cleaner. Oh, by the way, I mustard gas in a toilet the other day trying to clean it. Oh, scared. All right. Absorption. If the cyclone is significantly stronger than the larger storm will absorb the smaller one. For example, in 22, Super Typhoon Hinamonor absorbed a weaker tropical storm in the Pacific, merging. If the storms are similar strength, they can eventually merge into the larger, more powerful cyclone. This happened with typhoons Parma and Melor in the Philippine Sea in 2009. Orbiting. The storms simply orbit each other for a period before moving off on their own potential altered paths. Hurricanes Hillary, Irwin, 2017. Storms Eastern Pacific orbited each other and merged before disappearing. Tropical Storm Philippe Irina in 23. And Super Typhoon Hinmar in 22. All right. So those are some cyclones. So these two hurricanes are possibly orbiting each other. At the moment, Anna, it probably not, but it's up in the air. Nothing to be concerned about at the moment, but anything's possible. But it is one at the moment. Yes, yes, it is doing that at the moment, but it'll probably break apart. All right. No, no pun intended. Scared. Yes, meteorologists are watching for a potential Fujiwara effect in the Atlantic Ocean, involving tropical storm Herberto and 94L, a system that is expected to strengthen and become tropical Emeralida. All right, so it might be forming. So the answer is right now, it's not happening, but they're watching that it could become that. But they probably will break apart later. It's up in the air. Oh, that's funny, Lori. And shout out to Lori, very cool people. A very good sense of humor. All right. Now these are the potential outcomes. Absorption. The stronger storm, most likely Humberto, could absorb the weaker one in the scenario. Models show the combined system turning away from the U.S. East Coast. So it's possible that it might turn away from the U.S. East Coast. Dance. The two storms could orbit a common center for a period of time before moving on their own. That's called a dance. So Lori, the what's happening is it might, and Anna, it is not occurring at the moment, but it might potentially become one. And they might dance around each other and then disperse, and it will probably could leave the not hit the East Coast. Ah, very good. Very well said, Lori. She says, "Well, I am an air sign, so that fits." Yes. All right. East Coast impact, regardless of the Fujiwara effect, Invest 94L is still a system to watch, especially for the U.S. Southeast and Mid Atlantic. It's expected to bring heavy waves to Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. Takeaway: while it will take it is too soon to know exactly how the storms will interact. The potential for Fujiwara effect makes the forecast highly uncertain. This is developing situation, and residents from Florida to Carolinas should continue to monitor updates from National Hurricane Center. Alpha Hurricane, be a Sigma male and make it all gentlemen. I thought I was an Omega male until I understood what Zeta males are. Been here most of my last few, never heard of Fujiyama. I think it's the Dems. Yeah, and it very well may be them. Absolutely. Scared. I've never heard of it either. And if you never heard of it, I mean, that's even more intense. Yeah. Where he says, here in Oregon, we have dancing hawks. Alien is like go big or go home. We have dancing hurricanes. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I got hawks too. Right. Yes, you've been there most of your life, Anna. And you have never heard of the Fujiwara. So that must mean that I don't know. It seems like a new term being thrown around. It's like identity. So Anna, the hurricane identifies as a Fujiwara. Yeah. So thank you for your insight, Anna. That you've not heard that before. Yeah, I've not myself. Of course, I've not been here too long, but if you have not heard of it, then I mean that really is something. Well, thank you, Anna, for your insight. Okay. I got something interesting here. It's a mystery. Some mysteries about some art stuff. Come on, come on, come on. All right, let's copy this right here. Oh, the volcanoes. Oh, Lord. Scared. Scared. I am Gen Z. Also. Although the impending Cascadia earthquake is a thing. Yeah, scared. All right, 13 strategists in unsolved mysteries of the art world. All right, in the art world, we've looked at a lot of we look at a lot of trials, and in this moment, we're going to be looking at some information about in the art world where there are some mysteries and different on things that are unsolved. A small slice between Gen X and Gen Z. You won't hear about us. We're the invisible generation, chuckles darkly. Now, I was born like right. I might be something in the middle too because I was right by the one of the other generations before mine, but I was born in February, so like January that group ended, and I was born like a month later, so I might be somewhere in the middle too. But thank you, Zero, for the explanation. I've not heard that myself. Ohio is cringe, and the Nazis real ones that have parades in the KKK uniforms. No kidding. Oh, scared. All right, one of three. Did Leonardo da Vinci really paint the Salvator Mundi? Yes, Anna, that's true. That makes sense. Oh, okay, Zero. Thank you for the years. Okay. Now, G has talked about this painting to me before. Salvador Mundi. The painting Salvador Mundi sold to Crystals in 2017 for the eye-opening 450 million, in a large part because it was attributed to Leonardo da Vinci. But some art experts include Oxford art historian Matthew Landrus believe that only 20% of the painting was completed by Leonardo himself. Citing artistic details and painting techniques evident in the brushwork, Landrus suspects the rest of the painting was done by Leonardo's assistant Bernardino Luini. Bernardino's work was never fetched more than 654,545. Oh, hello, Rita. Oh, that's very sweet of you to say, Zero. Yeah. And 2 of 13. All right. So y'all could see that. Yeah, y'all could see it. I'll move myself over here, but y'all can see it. Like, that was the other one. Oh, this is a spooky picture. Scared. Well, speak of the, as they say, speak of the devil. Coincidentally, are these watercolors really by Adolf Hitler, the Austrian painter? Some call him, or the funny mustache man. There's all kinds of nicknames for him. And that is a painting he was an artist. You know, he was a good painter. Although he was evil in other ways, he was he liked doing paintings. So this painting right here, even though A.H. was rejected from art school, he did quite a bit of painting in his youth, and there are people in the world who pay good money, anywhere from 150 to 51,000, to acquire the artistic effort of Dafira. Art being subjective after all, but last month German prosecutors confiscated 63 paintings signed by A.H. on suspicion of forgery. The jury is out figuratively on their authenticity, and verification is apparently extremely challenging. 3 of 13. All right. All right, Zero. And it says, make sure you know he is still there, and they should let you know if the status changes. All right. I was born 98. The scandalous deletion death of Joseph Boehm. Right here. Sir Joseph Boehm was a prolific Victorian age sculptor credited with, among other things, creating the British Victoria head coin in 1890. Yeah, that is what Anna meant. Yeah, she's Anna says 0. I'm 63. So what I mean by baby? Yeah, yeah. She sees. That's how she sees us. Yes. And as I said, very sweet of you, Anna, to say, and good job with the clarifications with all of chat, everybody. And Ab says, "Is it public record?" Okay. Now, the scandalous death of Joseph Boehm. Sir Joseph Boehm was a prolific Victorian age sculptor credited with, among other things, creating the British Victoria head coin in 1890. The age of 56, Boehm was deleted, died suddenly of a stroke in his studio, but he wasn't alone when he was deleted, died. He was with Queen Victoria's sixth daughter, Princess Louise, a sculptor herself. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Many believe his death occurred in the midst of a sexual encounter with Louise. Historians, including Lucinda Halsey, author of Queen Victoria's mysterious daughter biography, Princess Louise, believes Louise and Joseph had been engaged for a long affair. So, yeah, that was something I've not heard of before. Yeah, yeah, right on, chat. Well, a ghost in the system. Wow. All right, 413. That's William Defoe and Van Gogh. The shooting, death, deletion of Vincent van Gogh. Dutch post-impressionist painter Vincent van Gogh was deleted, died at age 37 as a result of a gunshot wound at close range, and although it's long been assumed that the emotionally unstable artist committed self-deletion suicide, there's always been debate as whether he was actually shot by a 16-year-old schoolboy. The movie At Eternity's Gate, sharing William Dafoe as the tortured artist, argues that it was not a self-deletion suicide, but it was also wasn't a murder, rather an unfortunate accident. A view put forth by others, including forensic experts Dr. Vincent D. Mayo. It's on par with the strangest unsolved mysteries. Mm. All right, this is an interesting one. I'm going to go by quickly. Right there. Okay, so this is a sculpture. Okay, and that's the bottom of it, and that's the David sculpture. Okay, what's the David sculpture holding in his right hand? Let's see the right hand. Yeah, that looks like it could be an. I don't know what that is. It looks reminds me of a skull, or it could be an apple. Right there. And Michelangelo's Bernat Buronati. Okay, the Buronati sculpture, the magnificent David with a sling in his left hand, the leading of the presumption, Michelangelo envisioned the biblical figure as a lefty, but some experts believe David's right hand tells more important story. It is disproportionately oversized, which some speculate an odd to David's having a strong hand, and some point to the bulging veins. Had to summarize, David is gripping something lightly, which may or may not be on another weapon. And it says, may use false names, we have a right to know. And no, I've seen his ID. He gave me one of his old driver's license and had a passport. Shows me he wants to change his last name to mine last name. Oh, okay. And Rita wants to know if Abby asked the cops, told the cops what happened. All right. Now, some people think that with the David and his weapon, that it's a Mandela effect, which means that there was some alternate thing in the timeline that made it the way it is. All right. All right, 6 of 13. This is a famous one. It is King David cutting the head of the giant. Now, that is not King David and the Giant. That is something else. Okay, let's see. The artist Caravaggio was known as a troublemaker. All right. The artist Caravaggio was known as a troublemaker for starters. In 1596, he later killed another man during a brawl in Rome. No one knows what led to the brawl, although possibilities include money, sports, romantic jealousy. What's even more mysterious is whether Caravaggio spent the rest of his life expressing his guilt through his paintings, some of which art historians believe contain thinly veiled confessions. These include his painting of the murder of St. John the Baptist and his depiction of a disponent Goliath as Caravaggio himself. He would have been one of the artists to have known the works and secret message board. There's 10 hidden message in the famous paintings. Let's see what this one is. Alright, Abby says, of course I did. There's a justice system that failed me. I've got a whole rundown. Yes, so the grand jury did not indict the person in spite of the things that happened. And she is basically showing Rita the failed justice system, and they weren't able to help her because they did not try to prosecute him. And he was, if I'm right, he's an immigrant from Canada, and he was here illegally, and he was like arrested, and then they're going to release him, and now the person's trying to come back to terrorize her with some people that he knows. That's the situation. And I'm still not seeing a specialist for the trauma bond Stockholm, so when he called me today, it definitely wasn't a good call. Going to reopen the chat window. Right here. Okay, the browser. Browser is kind of stuck. Alright, if y'all can hear me, my browser's kind of frozen, so I can't really see what y'all are saying at the moment. Okay. All right. So it's going to go here. Browser's kind of frozen, so I'll be with you all in a moment. Save this. I go here. And it may buffer for a moment, but we'll bring it back on. Okay. Doesn't want to cooperate. I quit. All right. So, going to reopen it. Force quit. All right. And open. Oh boy. Okay. A lot of windows open I didn't realize was open. Okay, here we go. That was like a boom. Let's go here. Okay. If y'all hear me, thanks for the patience. Alright. Alright, going back here to the other window so I can get this stream back on. Okay. Alright, so my browser had to be reopened. There's nothing wrong with the internet. If that's what happened. If y'all would think that's what happened. Right. You know, we gotta be careful. Alright. And then, and it said, yes, rules, no victim. Okay, so my browser went out for, like, it needed to be reopened for a second, but everything's fine now. That's why, if I went out, I had to reopen I had to close the windows and reopen it. Reopen the web browser. Gotta be careful, Rita, abs, Karen keeps, okay. I'm back. No contact. Okay, you'll personally rule of mine. Never eat what you give a customer. Simple fact, and you're taking some you gave. Out of here. Okay? 0, have you used Second Life? Oh, more. One thing. David brought a pew pew instead of a swing. Smiles darkly. It was a day. And also evidence theme. Rush them out. Okay? 0 says, if you didn't see, food means I'm out of here. Okay? And are you ever serious? And Chance gives, even though thinks he should be locked up, and his mom. Okay. That's the thing, Loki. I'm always serious. Vanishes covering chat in dark pearly purple. Enjoy your food, 0. Peace. Alright. And yeah, chat. Now at the moment we are talking about Abby's situation that's happening, and also this other thing that I'm speaking of. And thank you all for being here. You united with each other. All right. So, continuing. And Moki, thank you for being back. I always appreciate you here. Shout out to you. All right. Was Caravaggio the victim of lead poisoning? But maybe his violent tendencies weren't Caravaggio's fault entirely. Maybe, just maybe, he was a victim of the lead poisoning, which known to cause changes in the nervous system. This position is supported by scientific analysis, analyzes bones, and determined with 85% certainty that Caravaggio had enough lead in his system to make him behave erratically and ultimately caused his deletion death. If this is true, the lead must likely came from paints Caravaggio was using, especially since he was notoriously messy with them. I love JD Vance. He called someone a dipshit on social media. He's funny. He's funny. So this artist probably had lead poisoning allegedly, and that's why he passed away. Because a lot of times in this era, they didn't know why people passed away or did certain things, and this is the interesting mysteries about how they passed away or what their art really meant or who really made them, because they didn't document things like they did in this time period. So Abs, you're back in boxing game. Sweets, yay, so happy. Oh, that's great. She's back in boxing. I'm terrified, honestly, but no, there's possibility he's going to get me again. I won't let him hurt people around me, and LMAO Mookie. Yeah, yeah, Abby, I'm glad that you're doing that again. Facts. All right. So I'm an amateur fighter, built up my amateur career and experience before I go pro, but I have lots of demons and a lot of trauma. I got work, though, in order there to go. Facts. All right. Let's see. 8 of 13. Mad as a hatter, same thing. Did Rembrandt reveal a murder plot in one of his paintings? Interesting. So in this painting, allegedly, there is a murder plot that was being revealed. And these extravagant outfits, and they're actually sort of foresighting a murder. Interesting. Anna says, "I want to see Abs so I can run up to the ring and say, Abs, it's me, Anna." Oh yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, I would like to do that too. Facts. All right. Did Rembrandt reveal a murder plot in one of his paintings? Rembrandt's painting, The Night Watch, depicts a civilian militia rousing to action in the middle of the night, but some include director and artists of Peter Greenaway. Believe the painting is really an expose of a murder of one officer by another. It's a theory he supports with 20 points, all visual and based on the painting in his film, Night Watching, unlike 1 and 13 of those. Scared. 9 of 13 looks like a woman not wearing anything in kind of a room. Or I thought it was a woman, maybe it's a man. Let's see. Oh, who's the man hidden under Picasso's blue room? Alright, so in this painting, there's another person in the background. Scared. 2014, scientists announced that they found hidden beneath the surface of the Pablo Picasso's The Blue Room a portrait of a man wearing a bow tie, his chin resting on his hand. It's not all unusual for an artist to reuse canvas, but what's mysterious is the identity of a man. Some speculate he might be an art dealer who hosted Picasso's first show in 1901. What's known for sure is that it is not a self-portrait. Laurie says, Mad as a Hatter comes from the 19th century hat-making industry where workers were exposed to toxic mercury fumes and used to make felt hats, causing them to develop neurological disorders. Oh, thank you, Laurie, for the information. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'll go to the hunting section because he always jokes about hunting me because I'm his perfect prey. But that's where I get the nickname Bambi, and I love it. And all I use it for boxing. And a very elegant deer, you are. And he's also prey in a sense too. He and his ladies are his lady friends that want to attack you too. And between that movie, Home Alone, I'm feeling inspired, dangerous, and inspired. Oh, I love Home Alone. That movie is so cool. I used to watch out my grandma. My grandma's still alive, of course. She's, next door. But I remember when she used to stay up late and I used to go over there. Around, many couple years ago, and she used to stay up a little bit later, and we used to watch Home Alone, and she thought it was hilarious. Yeah. So yeah, definitely good idea. Gotta get innovative, and thank you, Alien. He's my prey. If he touches me, he's got men, not women now. Oh, I know they're men, but I'm calling them ladies because that's what they really are. Like, no insult to the ladies, but he is not surrounded himself by men or noble women. Like you all are noble women. He's surrounded himself with a bunch of very spiteful people that go by their emotions. If anything, they're just complete savages and cretins. He'd probably get all triggered if he understood that he is a lady, so because he's not acting like a man, but women are certainly, like you all, are courageous and fine. But this type, what he is a complete savage. He's like a witch, an evil witch. And Anna said, Abs, look for the Spit on Grave movie from 70s better. Abs says, there's the woman dude from New York and the two in Washington. And then now his prison buddies, I bet he's taking it up the ass, Loki. Yeah. And, yeah, Bambi, you got this. And I'll also say this. You are the poison dart frog. And the poison dart frog, if they think that you're just a little frog, but you're actually would cause his demise. I hope he gets over that. He's in his time of month. I hope he gets over it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, Abby, in my opinion, where an enemy should never be underestimated. Now, I do feel that people that act like that, Abby, do things as a scare tactic to try to, freak you out. And he keeps on talking and talking, but not that we want anything to happen. But it's like if someone's going to plan something like that, they're going to be very secretive about it and move like Orlok, the vampire, did. He was just like the ghost vapor of the void. And so we have to understand there's also those tactics as well. And he's just trying to look big. He's trying to look cool. He's trying to he goes in, say, prison, and there's Big Bubba, and he goes and punches him, and he feels like he's the big guy, but he's not. So, And another thing, Abs, since you are you are a warrior, all right, you are one. And I tell you some things, is that a lot of times enemies, as long as you know yourself and you know yourself, everything about you, how you react, and know them, you don't have to worry about the outcome of 1,000 battles. And it's good to, regardless of an outcome of a battle, the fact that you mastered yourself and have the brave perseverance to keep on going is the true battle that has been won. And by having a clear mind and your own determination, this will be fun. And anything that doesn't go right or mistakes learned. And, there's a time where an enemy like him is a good opponent to have. Because you could make him angry, you could ruse him. He gets triggered, he gets angry. He's easy to control. And you could use that as an exploit to coerce him into your trap that you set for him. Because when he's able to get angered like that, you're the one in control. And you could lead, he's like a big angry bull. And you just lead him into an ambush and slain. So, yeah, so the piece, so you have what you have inside is the survival instinct, and you need to have that. Think of a calm water, a calm pond, and there's the moon shining on it. Under the water, there's lots of waves that are going back and forth. That's what you are. Keep that within you. And see your enemy in as clear as you can and not be fogged. And Abby, you already have done this, and you're already doing very excellent with how you're handling this situation. Better than a lot of people, a lot of ladies. Unfortunately, anybody to go through this is very messed up, but you are communicating, you're doing very well, you're taking action. Any action taken is action of success. So you are doing, especially telling us what's going on, and you're telling people what's happening. This is very good on your part, so you're already doing this. And the other things that I'm mentioning should, in my opinion, help with this scenario. And a war is already won or lost before it starts. So he wants to go to war to win, but he already lost before it started. Because you have to go to war to win something it's already lost. And Ab says, I don't know how the F there's so many people online, and I had to become his obsession. There's so much out there, and he's abandoned all his deletion kills for me. I don't know why, but he becomes nuts. Abs, write fiction books, but true book, just change the names and cities, and you could sell to Hollywood, I'm serious. Abs, as I told you before, your life is like a movie. And you have a story to tell. And there's shout out to all the ladies out there that exist. But like there's some lady right now, or your age, that's mindlessly scrolling on TikTok, and that goes to work, and is a boring life or something like that. But you have a story to tell, and thankfully, by knowing you, I also have interesting stories to tell by knowing you, and the chat in general. So you definitely could do that, Abs, and make quite a bit of money from it. Yeah, and you would help other people that will go through that in the future. So your whole story since you were growing up, your whole story, and very courageous, very brave. Anna said, right, Alien, you don't give away your plan and real threats. Usually veiled, I think he's full of shit. And he is like, and so for an instance, I am very steep in Japan because of some of my friends from there. And there is this samurai one time, and he was tough, he had a sword, and he was a cool dude. He was the baddest guy on earth. And this other guy comes in, sloppy, acting drunk, and he has a stick in his hand. And he made the guy really angry. And he used that, the other guy, the sloppy dude, used that to his advantage, and he annihilated him. Because a guy that's taunting, you also want to make your plans sequestered. So I do think that in this situation, if something does happen, you'll be ready. You'll even if you had nothing in your hands, through your own will and determination, you'll have victory. And for this enemy, I think that it is more of a taunt, more of a trying to move you. That is what it is. And you got to remember, if he did do something, and if he even succeeded, he will be going back to prison, and it will be not something he's going to like. And he would have declared war on the spaceship too. Also. Scared. So he'll be exposed. By his own self. Trust me, I don't have parents that love me. I also have a twin brother that I can't even be because I just said because twice. Close because he's so messed up, his real life messed up. Oh, trust me, Anna, he's very good at surprising even when you think you know what you're expecting, because he knows that I know that I am expecting a certain stuff. He knows I hate surprises. Tell me why this Bielch told me his hair was long as Michael Myers' hair. DF, would you use that? Dudes as reinforce. Nah, he would delete him, and I would before he goes back. Yes, Abs, that's the spirit. I will also say about this opponent that you speak of, he has a issue with attachment. That's what he certainly has. His attachment has led him to this point. And he did not appreciate the flower that blossomed in the moment. Because you are a very beautiful, delicate flower. But you're very strong and tough at the same time. So it's mesmerizing and hypnotic. So that is why he's into you. At the same time, he wanted to hold the flower and preserve the flower instead of appreciating the fleeting moment of talking to the flower. Because a lot of times there's situations where you'll just be in that moment and appreciate the moment. And as Moki says, it's control. That is true. And we have that. There's flowers blooming right now. I have. And I enjoy the moment that they bloom. So he certainly is flawed, and he would be easy to take out, so to speak. B told me next time he would not slipped up. I'm his, and I am not getting out of this, and he is not leaving, and we just both bounded over being self-deletion. Twin girl is boy or girl. So that is the important factors. Yeah, absolutely. We have to be careful the company that we keep and who we are around. Although at the same time, somebody can be the nicest person in a group of people and be nothing like the group that they're with. At the same time, in certain circumstances, there are people to stay away from. Who's the man under Picasso's Blue Room? In 2014, scientists announced that they found hidden beneath the surface of Pablo Picasso's Blue Room a portrait of a man wearing a bow tie, his chin resting on his head. It's not at all that unusual for an artist to ruse a canvas, but what's mysterious is the identity of the man. Some speculate he might be the art dealer who hosted Picasso's first show in 1901. All right. All right, and 10. We got this right here. In 2017, French scientist Pascal Cotte revealed that he discovered the hidden image of a woman beneath the surface of Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa. It had taken him more than a decade of examination and analysis has led to speculation about who the woman might be. Cotte has said in another woman from Florence Pacifica, Branado. But not only is the jury out on that, not all experts agree. There's actually a different woman depicted. Some believe that Cotte discovered is nothing more than a painter's first draft of the first product. Alright, and Abby said, and don't call me stupid, please. I was off my meds and had stalking situation in gym and was alone and wanted to do anything. He helped me temporarily. Oh, okay, Abs. Thank you for explaining the whole situation. And Anna says, "Don't. I didn't call you stupid. Just the bonding over death is stupid. Not you are. Right. It was the poor choice of actions." Okay. Thank you, Abby, for explaining further. All right. Well, we were just sharing stuff with each other as to why we were suicidal, and then we got deeper and deeper into it and felt different. I didn't love him ever, but eventually I cared. I will even say that he could have just been acting like that to as a manipulation, where he wasn't trying to get you to be, he may have not even be like that. He may have been using it as a manipulation, but thank you, Abs, for explaining further about what occurred. All right, 11 of 13. This is a black painting of blackness. Scared. Just sharing stuff with each other, and as why we were self-deletion, and then we get deeper and deeper into it. I just felt different. I didn't love them ever, but eventually I cared. Well, understood. Who pulled off the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist? In 1990, 13 works of the art worth approximately $500 million were stolen from Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston in a robbery perpetuated by two men posing as law enforcement officers. Despite some promising leads in the past, the left remains unsolved. The museum states on the website, in fact, the museum is offering a $10 million reward for information leading directly to the recovery of the art, plus separate reward of $100,000 for the return of the specific piece. This isn't the first time something pricey has gone missing, expensive, or stolen. Ab says, I look for the good in everyone, not everything, but everyone, but it's so hard to see it anymore. I still smile. I smile at everyone in public and say thank you so much and call people honey. Oh, I think smiling to people is the greatest act of charity, is a smile to others and showing each other love and kindness as much as possible. And there are wolves in sheep's clothing, as the Bible says. And there are out there. And it's really hard to see it. But the good news is, as I said, there could be darkness all over the world, but you're that single candle that's lighting, and it can't extinguish your darkness. The darkness everywhere can extinguish you. Anyone else that wants to be righteous. And the world can be messed up. We all can agree on that. Regardless of anything else. We all can agree the world's a messed up place. And that's why friends and family, I think, matter more than anything else. And that is one of the reasons why I love doing these live streams, but my main focus was you all and these things we do and communicating with each other. So yeah, because there's lots of distractions and things, and you just be the best person you can be. And life can be short, like we know with the situation with Charlie. You know, anything could happen to anybody. So we have to live each moment as best as possible. We're not perfect, and we learn from mistakes as we go along. So yes, Abby, you just keep being you, and I'm so glad and I'm so blessed to have met you, and I'm glad that we bonded over more positive circumstances than deletion death. Although I do like dark stuff and dark movies and things like that, but it was on more writer terms, and I appreciate the chat, helping each other out, and being there for each other. That's very important. A house divided will not stand. Where's the missing art from the Rottenborn heist? Did I read that one, or this is another one? This is another one. Okay. Oh, hello, Anthony. Great to see you. Shout out to Anthony. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you, Rita. Thank you. All right. Where is the missing art from the Rotterdam heist? Another heist. You know, these art heists are... I know about cyber heists and things, but, you know, we still have heists these days. And it is extremely crazy that's still happening in these days. Ab says, I mean, I'm thankful for all I have, cause it could be worse. But holy shit, I literally cannot breathe anymore. Anna, an alien, hugs and hearts. And hey there, Anthony. Yeah, shout out to Anthony. In 2012, thieves broke into the Koen Stahel Museum in Rotterdam, made with 7 paintings, including works by Picasso, Monet. Oh, by Picasso, Monet, and Gauguin. Four Romanian men were arrested in connection to the theft. In 2013, but no one knows what happened to the stolen artworks. The mother of one of the thieves confessed to burning the paintings, but then reacted her confession. In 2018, someone painted a very realistic-looking Picasso-esque painting beneath a rock in a fortress in Romania, but discovered to be fake. The paintings remain missing. Yes, and thank you, Anna, for doing that. 13 of 13, you got this person that's just inside a window. Okay. Who is Bansky? The artist Bansky has been around since the early 1990s, creating striking and highly recognizable street art public places, yet their identity remains a mystery. Who is Bansky? Over the years, several different people have attempted to unmask Bansky. Writers in 2016, analysts of 10 popular theories to which street artist Carlo McCormick contributed his own opinions. Ready for the more chew on, ready for 14 of the most baffling. All right. All right, so that is some art mysteries that have happened that are kind of pretty much unsolved. Okay, and as we approach the spooky season, we're going to talk about some urban legends. My favorite things to do around the season. And so I think that you're going to be okay. You seem tough and determined. Not let him win. Yes, Rita, that is true. That is true. She is faux show. Yes, scared. Scared. Let's see. Poison candy myths. Are most urban legends about malevolent strangers and unintentionally hiding in poisons and drugs or sharp objects such as razor blades and candy, which they then distribute to the intent of harming random children, especially during Halloween trick or treating. These myths originated in the United States, serve as modern cautionary tales to the children and parents that repeat two themes that are common in urban legends: danger to children and contamination of food. Yeah, so like for like parents and stuff, they always told us when we were little to not accept candy that was like made from scratch or apples that were made from scratch. And there's allegedly these creepy people from Timu that would put things in the candy to try to hurt kids. So they wanted to make sure everything's sealed and check everything cautiously. Now, some parents just don't even do the trick or treating thing. Like, there's like an argument against that because it's like there's been like some stories that have happened where it's not really the greatest idea in the world, but if parents do it, it's best to have people in supervision, especially not letting kids go out by themselves sometimes. Now, people may disagree with that, but in these modern times, there's some strange occurrences that have occurred and things in the past too, where sometimes people want to just snatch people. Right. There have been confirmed cases of poisoning cases, but these are rare. The causes for strangers deleting children this way have been proven. History and myths. All right. Claims that candy was poisoned or adulterated gained general credence during the Industrial Revolution, when food products moved out of the home or local areas, where it was made in a familiar ways by known and trusted people, the strangers using unknown ingredients and unfamiliar machines and processes. Some doctors publicly claimed that they were treating children poisoned by candy every day. If a child became ill and had eaten candy, the candy was widely assumed to be the cause. However, no cases of illness or death were established. Rita says, "Thank you. You're amazing. Just some really crazy stuff. I've actually never seen a case like mine, and I've seen a lot of cases, but I couldn't relate my case to others." Ab says, "Sometimes a lot of cases have a lot of similarities, but there's so many components, and it's so effed up, I can't even describe it." Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of overlapping and parallels, and history repeats itself like a farce. And then you'll have these situations where it will not be the same thing or something totally different. And when you have situations like this occur, you can either see parallels and relating to other cases or not. So it depends. Absolutely. And Rita says, "Alien, some schools do trunk or treat. Teachers and parents bring candy to the school parking lot, and the kids dress up and go all for the trunks for candy." I've been to one of those before, Rita. I've been to one of those. Remember, I was supposed to be a pirate zombie, but they sold out, and I was like, no. So I got a 1950s Halloween zombie costume when I was a kid, and Mary Toodles and I went to the trunk or treat, and it was very, very nice. She never let me do trick or treating, but it was only with family, or people that we knew. And I'm glad that I didn't do it because there's some weirdos out there. Although not heard of anything around here. I've been to friends' houses and Halloween parties and things with supervision, so Halloween's one of my favorite seasons. But yeah, certainly we got people got to be careful. Like it's being crazy. I try to show him that there were better things to life and delete himself. Maybe that's why he loved me. Might not be loved you too, but that's how he shows his love. And Abs, there's people that. Well, you're welcome, Abs. For being here and keeping us updated. And I'm glad to have you on board and tell us what's going on. And yeah, Abs, maybe that's the way he expresses himself, and he doesn't know any way to express himself, and he just doesn't know any other way. And we have to pity the living, especially those that live without love, because when they have no love in them, they become hate and bitter. And if somebody was more level-headed, or like some of us, I'd say all of us here, in my opinion, there may be those that disagree. Like people think my channel is vulgar, so maybe people disagree. But I think all of us here are geniuses and level-headed pirates. And yeah, so if we were in walking the other person's shoes, how would we do? So that is also an interesting thing to ponder, is we don't know what the intentions are. But regardless of intentions, if a lion or something is trying to devour you, it's still a bad thing for him to devour you, or try to. So we have to keep that in mind. And I'm glad, Abby, you showed him compassion as much as you could. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, Abs. And Anna says Van Gogh and Guagan went to tropics and started painting tropical girl series. Okay, thank you, Anna. Yeah, because in those paintings that they were showing, they had like subliminal messages, as you saw previously, and I didn't know that's how they started. Part of their origin. So thank you for sharing that with us. Always have a clear mind as best as possible. And as I said, I can be a rattled person. Okay, I can be really rattled, but I've practicing and practicing over time these things I tell you all, and I'm doing pretty good, a work in progress, because I have all kinds of different thoughts about things and stuff myself that I have to train myself to, be Joe. So yeah, it's a work in, we're all certainly a work in progress. And thank you, Abs, and good night to you. Thank you for coming. Hello there, G, Queen of Pearls, of the most valuable pearls on earth. It's great to see you there. Welcome. The Hope Diamond has come to chat. Thank you for being here, G. Estimated value 870 million. Thank you for that. The most enchanting scenery of all time. All the cypress trees dipped in the sun's golden hues. That is also what you are. And G says, where is my Kamile? Oh, yes, G. We will be playing that in a moment. We'll certainly be having her on as we close out the show. At the moment, we were talking about the 1800s, 1900s, when the food poisoning thing became a thing. When they had to protect people from, children from eating poison candy and stuff at Halloween, and some origins about where that came from. Oh, Anna, it was okay. It was okay. I'm glad that you made commentary about the artists, because that's what I want to show you, because I know that we both like art, and along with other people in chat too, and I appreciate that commentary on that. I didn't know that. I always appreciate your thoughts on that. I like that, and I'm glad you got something out of that, because I was looking that up earlier when we were watching Trials, and I knew that you'd like it. So thank you. That's why it's eclectic. Oh yeah, the trials have been very good today. It was a great chat about food and the case. The case has been very interesting. It's, clear that the defense has done an excellent job at defending their client. And chat was very cool, very smooth today. 1800 to 1900s, the Bureau of Chemistry, conjunction, and the state agencies. I came to support. I was out since 9 a.m. I just got home. Oh, thank you, G, for coming to support me. I always. You also do very well with the chat. An essential piece to the puzzle of this chat room, so thank you. It's like certainly all these different pieces come together. I appreciate that. And U.S. Bureau of Chemistry, in conjunction with the state agencies, tested hundreds of kinds of candy and found no evidence of poisonous adoration. These tests revealed an unexpected glucose corn syrup was in common use of the cheap candies, that some candies contained trace amounts of copper, uncoated copper cooking panels, and coat tar dyes were being used for coloring, but there was no evidence of the many types of poison. Industrial waste and garbage are those alternate alleged to present eventually in the claims that children were being sickened by candy were put down the ingestion, overrating the causes, including food poisoning. I'll pop in for a little bit. Maybe for a while. I'll do it lift, but I don't let me be bullied. I have lots of built aggression from the shock. Rita, you're phenomenal. Have a great night, hon. Oh, thank you, Abs. Take care. See you tomorrow. Okay, so the trial that we're watching is called Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence. That's a trial that we're referring to. All right. A little bit more about this urban legend. Although it's true in my opinion, then we'll get into the Depp trial part and end the show. Oh, they're calling that trial. I'll get you in a moment. I mean, I'm not getting you in a moment. I'm going to get you the information right this very moment as we chat in suspense. All right. So, gonna go here. Go there. Yeah. Let's go here. And here we go. They're calling it the deadly family plot murder. All right. Hey, Caraville, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I like it definitely. I like this one definitely more. Yes. During the 60s and 70s, tits rhymes with shit. I just had to get that out there and record down. Love you, G. You're incredible. Take care, hun. Hello, Caraville. Good night. Gotta take care. Social causes. The 1960s and 70s time of social upheaval, greater radical integration, and improved status of women reflected societal questions about who was trustworthy because society was struggling with questions about whether to trust neighbors in newly integrated neighborhoods. Are young women who were publicly rejected by surveillance. It's okay, Anna. I am your encyclopedia. And at some point, I'm still gonna always do these live streams that we do every day. And soon I might be doing the late night streams again when I do the game and stuff. And I know that sometimes Anna you would lurk in those, and so I'll be probably doing those again also in addition to these streams at some point. I'll be doing both. It's been a long time since I've done those streams. I've been really focused on some other things. Right. So that was is pretty cool. Right, and struggling with questions about whether the trust neighbors in newly integrated neighborhoods are young women who were publicly rejecting the subservient motherhood focus. Previous assigned women, these stories about unidentifiable neighbors allegedly harming random innocent children during the event intend to bring happiness to the children caught, retain public imagination, and accurate stories in neighborhood judgment. An abusive parent or an adult carelessly leaving harmful chemicals where children can reach them would not have an academic view, sees them as examples of rumor panic, with Halloween developing as a carnival-like folk institution. Imagine that the accurate stories, a judgment neighborhood, an abusive parent, an adult carelessly leaving harmful plastics and chemicals, rumor of panic, with Halloween developing as a carnival-like folk installation meant a release in social tensions, losing functionality as neighboring themes breaking down for various reasons. Good night, Alien. Good night. Disappeared, but thank you for when we talked during the stream. Thank you, everyone. Thank everybody for listening to this effed up shit. Oh, you're so welcome, Abs. It's my pleasure always. All right, this is the automobile. This is the trunk or treat right there. All right. During the fears of parents and communities restricted trick or treating and developed alternative safe events such as trunk or treat events held at Christian churches and collective. Oh, okay, Anna. Understood. Okay, because when I used to do them, you told me that maybe you saw the rerun or something. Because when I would do those night streams, you you would tell me that you would see them, or at some point or another you were there. But you told me you were lurking, Anna. You told me that you one time I was mentioning it, and you're telling me that you're seeing those streams. So yes, I'll just let you know that I'll be doing those streams that you originally saw again soon. Understood, G. All right. Okay. Okay. And the myth may also distract parents from the primary safe risk of Halloween, which is children being deleted by cars. In the U.S., young children ages 4 to 8 are 10 times as likely to be deleted by a car on Halloween and on any of the other days of the year. Children of all ages are 3 times as likely to be deleted by a vehicle on Halloween during the time rest of the year. Yeah, Anna always told me when she was there. Yeah, she always told me. I may have not worded that the way it was intended, but yeah, no, she always says when she was watching the streams. All right. Okay. Now we talked about this urban legend with the trick-or-treating. Now we're going to get into what we were watching yesterday. And then we'll go to what Caravel was requesting.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish it.
It has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly. Exhibit 346. So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce.
$1 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't recall when it was.
It was in 2018, right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence. This is the deal point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled Equalization Payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath So the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to. That
Okay.
It's a he literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so.
These were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's
overrule the
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Hurd. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Hurd, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms. Hurd,
settlement, $7 million
that's not my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Hurd,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Hurd,
those obligations.
Ms. Hurd, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another. They're
But I
the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Hurd, I don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Hurd, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name, and at the time I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I
You-
ever called myself one.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection, and we'll just move forward.
Thank
Let's
you.
move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Hurd,
entire house
Ms. Hurd,
at one
respectfully,
time. You pay it
I'm
over
not
time.
asking, Ms. Hurd.
All right. Next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK. May I approach, Your Honor?
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay. There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has
It's
to be a little
probably
more
good light. Thank you, Your Honor.
all right.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Hurd?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
I'm very wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor's
Okay,
fine,
you said
this is a good
it's a
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience. Oh, you have things. Okay. Yes. What do we have? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Final. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in TNZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's, first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not going to file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court. We literally.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just you know. But I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move, because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he had
Objection,
launched.
Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with. Up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your
false
Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you can play.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't I don't know how bad it will be until the morning and we may have to cancel. But see, I can hear it. I don't know how. I'm icing it. I just, I'll let you know in the morning, you know? And things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you under the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right. Any evidence? 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's your fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is,
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steven says this text message does not actually happen, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
as we
Honor.
go to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357G, Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that again. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize the animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every
Objection,
day there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. Or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll sustain just the last part of that, all right? Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet, and my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, that's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
Okay. What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would
hearsay.
be overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on with my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit, is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
Right.
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it. And managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was. It took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was the female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
0.5 I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, what was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role to your knowledge did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You can
If we can
publish.
publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured, to that point, 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, know it gets a lot worse.
Okay. And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection, Your
they attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have the...
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just real
sure.
quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time. Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you don't have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things, I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops. But the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. And so what, in fact, did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because, unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputationally.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward. From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll allow.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of my myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for the Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for...
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to... Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a three-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay, and then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay, and it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, so ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right, and then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay, and what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right, and then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of...
All right, and did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay, and what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
if
sorry.
You can look at ALH 17628. It's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation,
It's
and hearsay.
responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her content for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day. Over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
All right. So, chat. Absolutely hilarious. My hair's sticking up. All right. Absolutely hilarious tonight. Very well done. Yes. I think she was certainly praying. Yes. The Amber Heard. Yeah. All right, and now that will be it. Now this will be it for the night. we had a good time talking about different, what you would call urban legends and things in history and some weather, things like that. And I'm so tired, I had no idea who was saying what. Oh, yeah. Y'all did very well with each other tonight. As I always say, y'all are a very good team. And I do recommend the new trial that's on Law and Crime. And it is very good to watch and chat. Let's talk all about food today. I really, enjoyed that Spencer, Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spencer, the family murder trial. And yeah, so I want to thank you all for being here and hanging out with me and making your commentary. And yeah, very tired. Y'all did great. Yes. Thank you, G. Thank you, H. Facts. All right, everybody. So I bid you all a good evening. We'll see you all tomorrow. And this was a magnificent time. I appreciate all y'all very much. Thank you. Okay. And peace.